Prayers.
Audience, it's Monday, 12 September, the first day of the third ordinary session of the National Assembly in the legislative year. Live from the National Assembly chambers in Banjul, I am Musukuta Fao. Today's session will commence with communication from the Honorable Speaker, Fabakary Tombong Jatta. The main business after the correction and approval of records and proceedings of the National Assembly sittings in July will be to consider the report of the Public and Finance Committee for the period of 2019-2021. The Honorable Minister for Trade, Industry, Regional Integration and Employment will lay the instrument for the amendment of the Constitution.
Here in this House assembled, grant us that we may treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner, to promote thy honor and glory, to advance the peace, prosperity, and the welfare of this country, and of those whose interests thou hast committed to our care. Amen.
Communication from the Chair.
Honorable members, welcome to the third ordinary session of the National Assembly in the 2022 legislative year. After a month-long recess, as we begin this session of the Assembly, I pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to continue guiding us through this session and in our deliberations. Honorable members, most of us were overwhelmed with devastations of flash floods and other activities in your various consequences. However, efforts and commitment to alleviating the sufferings of your electorates during this period has been very positive, and I congratulate all, including the government, development partners, CSOs, and the other philanthropists. I also wish to recognize and appreciate the tremendous efforts and commitment of all honorable members on their respective oversight committee works. Similarly, I wish to extend our gratitude to the National Assembly Service for the support and guidance throughout the process. This has once again demonstrated our commitment and dedication to national duty as people's representatives, and I urge all of us to continue the spirit of solidarity and strive more to advance the life and livelihoods of our electorates. Honorable members, by way of information, the Assembly Business Committee, in accordance with standing orders, has considered and approved the agenda for this ordinary session scheduled for the period 12th to 30th September 2022. This has already been deposited in your respective pigeonholes. Honorable members, for an update to this August Assembly, I wish to report that the Appropriation Amendment Act 2022, passed by the Assembly during the first extraordinary session in the 2022 legislative year, has been assented to by the President of the Republic on the 1st of August 2022. Honorable members, on a significant note, during this third ordinary session, the President of the Republic of the Gambia, in accordance with Section 77(1) of the 1997 Constitution and Order 24(1) of the Standing Orders of the National Assembly, will deliver his State of the Nation Address 2022. As published in the approved agenda, the State of the Nation Address 2022 is scheduled for Thursday, 15 September 2022. 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 15 Sep Finally, honorable members, I wish to reiterate and advise all honorable members to take note of the relevant provisions of the Constitution and the standing orders of the National Assembly during this ordinary session. I thank you all. Can we proceed, clerk?
Correction and approval of records of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Thursday, 28 July 2022.
Honorable members, the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Thursday, 28 July 2022 is before us for correction and approval. Can any honorable member please move that this said record of votes and proceedings be considered and approved? Member for Upper Nyomi.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to move the records of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sittings of Thursday, 28 July 2022 be considered for correction and approval. Thank you.
Any seconder, honorable members? Honorable member for Jimara.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion that the record of votes being for correction be this one is.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Thursday, 28 July 2022 be approved. Any correction or observations from honorable members, please? You now have your documents, honorable members. Honorable members, I think we can look at it page by page. We start with page 1. Any observations, comments? Member for Serekunda West.
Honorable Speaker, are you referring to page 2?
Pardon?
Is it page 2 you are talking about? I think Honorable Speaker, yes.
We go in page by page.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we
Not
just
yet at
started
page 2.
page 1. If you have no comments on page 1, we move to page 2. Any comments on page 1?
Now I can come.
Huh? You coming for page 1? Serekunda West?
No comment on page. Move to page 2.
Page 2, yes?
Yes.
Member for Serekunda West.
Honorable Speaker, I wasn't. Honorable Speaker, I was not here during this extraordinary session as I was on an official visit. And my name is captured on those present. That's number 6. And the same happens to the honorable member for Combo South. He was also not present and is marked present. Thank you.
Combo what? South? 24. Number 6 and number 24, huh? Yes. Yeah. Okay, honorable members, we've taken note of the fact that the member for Serekunda West and the member for Combo South were on official assignments and we are not in attendance. So the table office will do the corrections. Yeah, Sani Mentre, member for Sani Mentre.
With regards to number 22, that's Honorable Faticham. Sorry, oh my goodness.
Go ahead.
Yes, with regards to number 22, yes, I was not also around when the second audit session was going on. I was out of town. And then number 22, where my name is written, the name of my constituency, the way it is written doesn't match with the tag on my desk. It is Sane Mentoring, and it is SANI MENTERENG on my tag, and it's SANNEH MENTERENG. So it should be changed. And I realize Honorable Jawara mentioned this during the second organization, and it is still not changed.
And honorable member, which one is the correct one?
The one on my tag is the correct one.
Honorable member for Sani Mentoring was also not in attendance. Number 22, huh?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I've just observed that Honorable Member for Banjul Central was also not present and his name is captured here. Number 8.
All right, is honorable member for Banjul Central around? Honorable member, Banjul Central, is he around?
Yes, I'm here, Honorable Speaker.
Were you in attendance?
No, I wasn't. And I want to put that to your attention, please.
Number 8, honorable members. Honorable member for Banjul Central was also not in attendance. It is noted and will be corrected. Any other honorable members on page 2? Pony Bintang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Number 20, Pony Bintang. Time and again, this mistake have been committed. It's not Pony Bintang, it's Pony Bintang Karanai. And Karanai there is very important. Time and again, I receive query from my people that we are not Pony Bintang, but we are Pony Bintang Karanai. So Karanai is missing. Thank you.
Number 20, the member is claiming that his constituency's name is not complete. It should be Foni Bintang Karanai. It is noted and will be corrected. Any other? Honorable members. All.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Number 16, that's my name. The spelling is T-O-U. My middle name is T-O-U-M-A-N-D-I-N-G. The O is left out.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Number 16, Honorable Keba Tumanding Sane. The Tumanding should not be T-U, it's T-O-U. Noted, and it will be corrected. Any other honorable members? Page 3, honorable members. Any comments, observations? Page 4. Woolly East.
Yes, thank you, Honorable. If you look at page 4, on the communication from the chair, where you have question on the certificate of urgency, it says, question put that the Assembly do consider the bill placed on the order paper.
Remember? You said page 4.
Page 4, where you have question on the certificate of urgency. You've seen that title. Under that one.
Certificate of urgency.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
You've seen it. It says, the sentence under it, it says, question put that the Assembly do consider the bill placed on the order paper be proceeded with under a certificate of urgency. I think we just remove the bit and say it will proceed under a certificate of urgency. That would.
Where you have question on certificate of urgency, if you read the sentence there, up to paper be proceeded with under certificate of urgency, that with be deleted. Any other observations or comments on page 4? Okay. We now move to page 5. Any comments on page 5?
Yes.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. I think the one we just left on page 4, I think we need to be very careful on this one here, because what it's actually saying, questions put, that the Assembly...
Sorry, Honorable Member, are you referring to the amendment made?
Yes, on page 4.
Okay,
on
go
page
ahead.
4. What they have on the order paper actually is actually correct, because when you read it, that the Assembly do consider the bill placed on the order paper be preceded. That particular bill actually has a certificate of urgency. This particular sentence is actually referring to the certificate of urgency that preceded that bill. That's what it's referring to. So the way it is correct.
What is there, Chair, Honorable Speaker, is not preceded, it's proceeded. What they put there is proceeded, not preceded.
Upper Salum, if you want to leave it there, then I think you need a comma. Member for Upper Salum, we need where it is.
No, the only thing that needs to change is maybe the proceeded. That's the only thing that needs to change. Otherwise, everything else is correct. Yeah.
We now have almost 2 proposals. There was an earlier proposed amendment and another one. Honorable members, take the floor now on the issue. Members, you should take a position as soon as possible.
Yes.
We either leave it as it is or we go by the proposed amendment.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker.
We agreed on the proposed agreement.
Yes.
All right?
No, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
I am got back. It was put to you and it has been adopted and we have moved, isn't it? So, page 5. Page 5. Bikama South.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. On the ensuing debate, the Honorable Speaker opened the floor and the following Honorable members took part in the debate. Have you seen it? Page 5, I'm saying. Ensuing debate. Have you seen ensuing debate? Exactly. Honorable Speaker opened the floor and the following honorable members took part in the debate. So on the list, I was the third person to take part in the debate, and my name is not captured here. It's not captured. I was the third person to take part in the debate.
Honorable member, what's your name? Lamin J. Sane of Bikama. Honorable member, I think we must apologize. Where we can have people included who were not present. We should not omit people who were present. Yeah. Huh? So it will be corrected. Member for Fonyi Bintang.
Thank you, Speaker. I think no one cannot ever forget my contribution, especially in this critical Parliament debate. And my name was not captured.
Fonyi Bintang.
Karanan.
That's Bakari Baji, huh?
Bakari K. Baji. Yeah.
Honorable members, any order? Fonyi Kansala.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The same line. If you go through number 4 and number 21, my name has been repeated twice. So I need an objection that number 4 and number 21.
Honorable members, number 4 and number 21 are this. Honorable Almame Jiba's name has been repeated in 21. So we just delete 21. Noted. Any Honorable nominated member Kevalang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want to make a clarification. I think the Honorable member for Fonyi Bintang Karanai, in fact, his name is included in the list. The report is done in such a way that the timeline is what is being followed. And if you go to page 10 and page 11, you realize that his name is included there. So that was not an omission. Thank you.
Yeah, honorable member, you know, on page 5, ensuing debate, the issue is the honorable speaker opened the floor, and the following honorable members took part in the debate. All honorable members who are taking part in that debate, their names should show. And therefore, Honorable Lamin J. Sane and the Honorable Bakari K. Badges, their names will appear on the corrected copies. And number 4 and 21, Honorable Almame Jiba, 21 will be deleted. Can we now move to page, we're still on page 5. Woolley East.
I'm trying to clarify what he is saying. Where this guy, the Fonyi Bintang is complaining is relating to the revised budget. But what he is referring to is referring to the motion. So they are different. Yeah.
Honorable member, can I get you again?
Thank you. I'm trying to clarify what he is saying. He is saying his name is captured. I am saying no. The debate that he is complaining is referring to the revised, the debate on the revised budget. While what he is mentioning on page 10 and 11 is referring to the debate on the motions. They are different.
Yeah, in fact, the whole issue is, on page 5, it is ensuing debate. And you stated that the honorable member opened the floor and the following honorable members took part in the debate. For that debate they are making reference to, all honorable members who took part, their names should be there. And that's the omission. And that is noted, and it will be corrected. So we now go to page 6. Sorry, Woolly East.
Thank you. On page 6, you have, under the names, you have end of debate. The sentence there is at the invitation of the Honorable Speaker, the Honorable C.D. Keita. We just remove the article D, and that is in many places. So wherever it might be, remove the article D. We just say Honorable C.D. Keita. It's a V. C.D. Keita.
Sorry, are you following? Yeah. So it's noted and will be corrected. Any other honorable members? Observations, comments? Now we move to page 7, honorable members. If you have any observations or comments, page 7. Yes, Woolly East, member for Woolly East.
Yes, I want us to look at the caption under the first paragraph, which says considerations at the Committee of Supply. So I think the caption we have in our paper is consideration stage.
Sorry?
At the Committee of Supply. You are not following. Where you say considerations at the Committee of Supply.
Yes.
I'm saying the caption we have in our schedule always is consideration stage of the Committee of Supply. Not considerations at the Committee of Supply. So you're changing the...
Honorable member, honestly, I'm not following you.
Huh?
Considerations at the Committee of Supply is what we have.
Is that what we are going to put there, or we are going to put the original caption? That's what I'm asking.
Whether that's the original title.
The technicians are... Okay, no, Honorable, they are saying it is okay the way it is. So we maintain it as it is.
Honorable members, page 7, still. Okay? Honorable members, we now look at page 8. No comments. Now we go to page 9.
Honorable Speaker, page 8, please.
Page 8.
Yeah, I've been raising my hand.
Okay, member for Sabak Sanja. Go ahead.
If you look at on the answering debate, it says the Honorable Speaker opened the floor and only Honorable Alaji S. Dabo, Minority Leader and Birkama Not. Instead of an Birkama Not, it should be an member for Birkama Not. As per with Honorable Bileji Tunkara, Majority Leader and member for Kantora.
Honorable members.
Yes.
Ensuing debate, Honorable Speaker opened the floor and only Honorable Alaji S. Dabo, Minority Leader and a member for Birkama North. Huh?
Yes, yes.
And a member for Birkama North. Noted? And in the other one, end of debate, at the invitation of the Honorable Speaker, sorry, no. Is that the one? No. Which one is your second one? That's the only
That
one.
was all. I was just citing an example.
Central Badibu.
Very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm looking at this first sentence. At the invitation of the Honorable Speaker, the Honorable CD Cater. Should we put D there? Oh, okay.
Honorable member for Central Badibu. You want the D removed? It should be removed. Member for Latrikunda Sabiji.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also observe, even though we've passed there, but it's like the report writing was following a special pattern. So if we concur with what the member for Sabah Sangha said, so we also need to go back to page 6, where there you said Honorable establish minority and become or not. So it's like the pattern, at one point, the pattern, we are going by a specific pattern, at one point, we want to deviate. So whether we're going to follow that or not. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the table office will take care. It should be a member for become or not. It's not unbecome or not. It's a member for become or not. And that correction will be made on all of them. Page 9, honorable members. Member for Woolly East.
Thank you very much, Chair. I could remember 2 minutes before 6, I moved a motion that we stay to finish business, but I've not seen them captured in the report. And that's a very important, because we stayed here for a long time. Is there? Huh? Where?
Can you refer us, honorable member? Yeah, you know, at the time. Honorable member for Woolly East, I think your point is noted. Table or they are confirming that it is an omission, and they will include it in the final minute. Any more on page 9? Page 10. Any comments on page 10? Now, honorable members, we move to page 11, and that's the last page. Page 11. We are fine. Busumbala consequently.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, with regard to correction of proceedings, I think we have done justice to that, but also want to proceed to make some correction on ethics, because our last proceeding, our standing order dictates that we should raise on a point of order a thing and also make some observations. But when we make observations, a member of this parliament make a derogatory remark.
Honorable member.
And definitely, Honorable
No,
Speaker.
Honorable member.
No,
please.
it has not been captured.
Honorable member, please sit down.
Honorable Speaker, it has not been captured.
Honorable
here,
member,
to
don't
bring
argue.
sanctity
Please
to this
sit
assembly.
down.
Thank you, sir.
Please. Honorable member, we are just on the recording of, on our records of the past sitting, that we are making corrections on those issues. We have not finalized that. When you raise your hand to speak, you will speak on this issue. No, you cannot take us to any other issue.
Credit to read, we have finished.
Honorable member.
Thank you, sir.
Please, you are out of order, please. Honorable members, we have just done the last page. And I observed that there were no comments on the last page. And that brings us to the end of the records of proceedings. I now put the question. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Thursday, 28 July, honorable members, I put the question. It has been moved and seconded. Member for?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think a very important issue has been brought. These are the records of proceedings, and they should reflect, even if it's not specific, but they should mention everything that happened. And I think the Honorable Member for Busumbala is in order to bring it to your attention. I think it should be added in the records of proceedings.
Yes, in fact, the Honorable Member for Busumbala, I think the Honorable Member for Busumbala presented it differently. I was just making reference to the table office to actually understand his observation. And he did tell me, just as what you said, Banjul South, that some of the comments made, like point of order and other things, are not captured on the record of votes.
Normally not captured.
He said,
observation. Why do you not
Point of confirmation. Are they normally not captured in the records of proceedings?
Observation. Yeah, captured.
Honorable Member for Banjul, can you see, what are you commenting?
Just confirming whether they are normally not captured in the on the records of proceedings. If that's the norm, then it's fine.
Honorable Member, it is not the norm. I think you listened to my comments. Because I said your explanation enabled me understand better what the Honorable Member for Busumbala said. And I said I made reference to the table office. And he explained to me what the Honorable Member for Busumbala said. And that was that some of the points of orders raised during the session were not captured in the records.
I'm not, that's different from my utterance. Definitely. Yeah, it's different.
Point of order normally are captured in the records.
Honorable Speaker, if you can give me chance to deliberate well on what I have said.
Whether you are giving chance or not, talk.
Honorable member, you, honorable member for this place, Busumbala, you are making reference to a particular issue. It looks like. Am I right?
Honorable Speaker, but that issue is being
that issue was
by
only
the standing order.
Honorable member, just answer a question and we continue, please. You are making reference to a specific issue.
Very well, sir.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker.
And that specific issue was known to only a few of you yourselves.
Not actually, Honorable Speaker. It has been.
It was never brought. That issue was never brought to my.
It has been captured by the media here.
Observation, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members.
Observation.
Honorable members.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members.
Honorable Speaker.
Observation.
Please. Please. A minute.
Observation, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. For consistency purposes and record purposes, the previous legislature has never captured issue of point of order in votes of record and proceeding. What obtained here is the verbatim record of the Hansard. So anything that has been deliberated here are always captured in the Hansard. So if you want to see all those intervention, you can always capture it in the Hansard record, not on the record of vote and proceedings. For your clarification.
Observation, Honorable Speaker. My tag has been up.
Honorable Speaker.
Minority.
Honorable Speaker, I think what we are dealing with in the record of votes of proceedings of the extraordinary session 28 December or July 2022. Things that were substantively submitted or contributed by members and captured in this midst is what we are looking at to see whether these were the things that we addressed, whether there were any omission or not. Now,
what is your point now?
I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm in line. Now, yes, whether they were addressed or omitted is what we are reviewing. Now, each and every enrollable member, you know what you have submitted. If there was any omission, you will have known so. Likewise, any honorable member will know what each and every honorable member has submitted, whether they were captured or not. Substantive submissions and side comments, I think they are different things. In matters of minutes, not even to National Assembly, to any organized meeting. But I want to believe what we have here are issues that are substantive. If at all, at that point of time, when such comment was made and a member raised a point of order or observation on that comment, it will have been captured that this was mentioned. And then that will be part of the proceedings. But since it was not raised, as you rightly said, perhaps those within that catchment area could be privy to the message. Whether it has been carried by the media, that's for the media. But what should be carried by the assembly, that's for the assembly. Let's follow the due procedure.
Thank you very much, honorable member. You see, in fact, even if you cough, it will be captured in the Hansard. But for our records of minutes, Two members talking to each other of side issues, we want to capture that in our minutes? We cannot do that. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Thursday, 28 July 2022 be approved with amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Clerk, can we proceed? Honorable member for Olyundum.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on a point of order on section 18 and 32. Clause 18 and 32. As chairperson of the Standing Orders Committee of the National Assembly, I wish to state that the Assembly is confronted with a procedural issue wherein the standing orders are silent on. Honorable Speaker, we are aware that there were several bills introduced by the government in the 5th legislature. However, some of these bills were unable to complete the legislative stages before the dissolution of the said legislature on the 13th of April, 2022. This Assembly, which is the 6th legislature, is now confronted with a long-standing parliamentary convention that one parliament cannot bind its successor, especially on bills. Therefore, since the standing orders does not expressly provide for this scenario in our parliamentary procedure and processes, I wish to invite you as Honorable Speaker to invoke your discretionary powers under Standing Order 8 to guide this Assembly about the consequences for unfinished parliamentary business.
Point of order. Honorable Speaker, point of order.
The 5th legislature.
Point of order.
Especially bills.
All right, Honorable Member for Serekunda. What's your point of order?
Yeah, it's an observation according to the standing.
Sorry, Honorable Member, is it an observation or a point of order?
Point of order.
If that's a
point of order, Honorable Speaker, I'm making a point of order.
Pardon?
Rules of procedures.
Point of order, yes, call Honorable Members.
17.
Standing Order 17.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
It states that all members, no member shall, members shall not read newspaper, books, letters, or other documents, except when, because the document is typed, okay.
Honorable Member, that is ruled out. Can you continue, Honorable Member?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Chairman of the Standing Orders Committee, can you continue, please?
Honorable Speaker, I'll go back again. Therefore, since the standing orders does not expressly provide for this scenario in our parliamentary procedure and processes, I wish to invite you as Honorable Speaker to invoke your discretionary powers under Standing Order 8 to guide this Assembly about the consequences for unfinished parliamentary businesses in the dissolved National Assembly, which is the 5th legislature, especially bills, bearing in mind the convention that the National Assembly cannot bind its successor assembly. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I submit for your approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, this will be my ruling on the point of order raised by the Chairman. Honorable Members, I have been asked on a point of order by the Chairperson of the Standing Orders Committee of the National Assembly about the consequences for unfinished parliamentary businesses in the dissolved National Assembly, that's the 5th legislature, especially bills bearing in mind the convention that a National Assembly or Parliament cannot bind its successor assembly, and requested me to make a ruling. Section 99(1) of the Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia, 1997, provides, subject to the provisions of this section, the National Assembly shall stand dissolved on the day immediately preceding the day appointed in accordance with Section 97 for the first session of the next following National Assembly. Furthermore, Section 100, subsection 1, vests the legislative power of the state in the National Assembly through bills passed by it and assented to by the President. Honorable members, neither the Constitution nor statute law deal with the issue of what happens to parliamentary business, including the passage of bills when the National Assembly is dissolved. However, it is generally recognized in jurisdictions based on the Westminster parliamentary system that Parliament ends with its dissolution, and when Parliament is dissolved, all incomplete or unfinished business of Parliament is terminated. Regarding the legislative function of Parliament, and referencing the United Kingdom House of Commons and the Canadian House of Commons, this means all government bills or private members' bills that have not received royal or presidential assent prior to dissolution of Parliament ceases to exist. This means that they cannot be carried over from one Parliament to another. This reiterates the long-standing convention that a Parliament cannot bind its successor Parliament. As regards the National Assembly of the Gambia, which is also a Commonwealth jurisdiction, this means that any bill which has not been assented to by the President before the dissolution of an immediately proceeding National Assembly cannot be carried over to successor National Assembly. Honorable members, especially those returning members, it is public knowledge that there were a good number of bills tabled by government in the previous Parliament, that's the 5th legislature, for consideration and passage. However, some of these bills could not complete the legislative process and remained unfinished by the time the previous Parliament was dissolved on the 13th of April 2022. The National Assembly may be asked, what could it do to prevent the said bills falling? In principle, a government must try to complete as much of the legislative process pertaining to a bill as possible before the National Assembly is dissolved under Section 99(1) of the Constitution. This would accord with best practice in other Commonwealth jurisdictions. However, where a government is unable to complete the legislative process regarding its bills before the National Assembly is dissolved, a successor assembly may, in certain circumstances, be inclined to consider preventing crucial bills from falling by creating a legislative window of opportunity for government to carry them over. This means that the National Assembly must decide whether the public or other appropriate overarching interest justifies an exemption from the parliamentary convention in our local context. Thus, honorable members, it may be asked, why would the National Assembly permit a bill to be carried over? It is my considered view that must abandon it or reintroduce it from scratch in a successful National Assembly. Honorable members, carrying over a bill can prevent any parliamentary scrutiny that has already taken place from going to waste and reduces the amount of valuable parliamentary time taken up by reintroducing important legislation in a successful National Assembly. honorable members, in the United Kingdom and Canada, as a rule, in certain circumstances, bills can be carried over from session to session within the same parliament. That is when parliament is prorogued, but not when parliament is dissolved. In the Gambia context, there is no constitutional or statutory provision or a provision in our standing orders which outlines the circumstances under which the National Assembly could permit bills to be carried over or the proper procedure for achieving this outcome, whether the Assembly is prorogued or dissolved. Notwithstanding this omission, Section 108 of the Constitution clearly provides that the National Assembly may regulate its own procedure and in particular may make standing orders for the conduct of its own proceedings. Now, therefore, honorable members, cognizant of the Constitution of the Republic and the standing orders of the National Assembly, recognizing the existence of parliamentary convention, the omissions in our parliamentary law, and as well as the need for the National Assembly to adhere to the convention, and whereas there is no express provision in the standing orders regarding the matter at hand, and in accordance with Standing Order 8, I hereby rule that the convention be adopted to suit our local parliamentary context as follows. That the National Assembly adhere to the long-standing parliamentary convention to the extent possible in our local context. That all incomplete or unfinished government bills of the 5th legislature may be reinstated or reintroduced in this successor assembly, that is 6th legislature, subject to a motion by the person in charge of the bill. That bearing in mind the convention, the respective persons in charge of the unfinished business must table a motion before the National Assembly on each of the bills requesting for a carryover. That a bill agreed to be carried over will be reinstated or reintroduced in the same form in the next ordinary session at the same parliamentary stage it was prior to the dissolution of the immediately proceeding National Assembly. That the timing of reinstatement or reintroduction of a bill carried over to a successor National Assembly be decided by the Assembly Business Committee in consultation with the person in charge of the bill. That the Standing Orders Committee consider reviewing the standing orders on the matter with a view to proposing an amendment to expressly codify this convention before the 7th legislature to establish a special procedure for carrying over legislation from a dissolved National Assembly bearing in mind this ruling. Finally, that the office of the clerk immediately notify all the affected ministries regarding this ruling. Honorable members, this is my ruling in accordance with Order 8 of the Standing Orders of the National Assembly. I thank you.
And you know that you are asking me to allow him.
Are there people who want to make comments? Clerk, we can proceed.
Laying of papers and reports. Consolidated report of the Finance and Public Accounts Committee, FPAC, for the period 2019 to 2021 by the Chairperson of the Finance and Public Accounts Committee.
Honorable Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Observation. Honorable Speaker, observation.
Observation, you're welcome.
You see, when somebody wants to observe or point a point of clarification, the member speaking is the one that grants it.
Sorry. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for.
Pardon?
I said thank you very much for giving me the floor. I have observed that the honorable member is about to lay a report before us, and the other report that has been circulated is different from the one the honorable member is about to lay before the National Assembly now. So on that note, I want to raise a motion for the report to be pushed to a later date to allow members to go through the document.
Honorable member.
Yeah, the observation of the honorable member is noted. I just want to put across that it is only difference of text, but not content per se. Substantively, the contents are the same. We observed that there were some language issues and then procedural issues that warrant the changes. But the content that have to do with issues of eminent importance to the report remain as it is. So that's the difference. Honorable member, if you have observed anything in the change, the new one and the old one, there is no substantive difference in the two reports.
Honorable Speaker, changing the cover story might sound delicate. I, as a member, might see it in a different form. So I'll stick to my motion to be pushed to a later date to allow members to go through the document.
I don't think, honorable member, you have yet moved your motion.
I have.
If you agree, you will move your motion.
I have.
Yeah, but what is the issue, honorable members, is what the honorable member is saying, that the document has been changed. The first document that was circulated has changed, meaning, of course, the content, what you read, is no more what is going to be tabled. It's a new document to be tabled. And the minority leader is saying, yes, there was change of documents, but basically the contents are almost all the same. You people have the documents. If you are not very much, if you are not sure that you have not read it, you cannot participate in the debate. So if the documents are almost the same, I mean, I don't think we need to wait. If there are substantial changes that needs your attention, then we can move a motion to put it to another date whilst you read it.
Point of order. Point of order. Honorable Speaker, with your permission, the ruling that you made on the motion read by Olyundum. Wait, point of order 52, notice of motion. We are not clear. Can you allow me to learn, please? Though you did a ruling on the motion moved by Honorable Member of Olyundum, we want to ask you the notice of motion, and the motion was not seconded, and you made a ruling on it. The one that he read, he said it's a motion. No, what was it then? But point of order, listen, Honorable, we don't have any procedural issue now, and there is no bill that was submitted to this Parliament in the 5th legislature that is before us today that would warrant him to come up with that motion or that recommendation that you rule on. Because standing order, the standing order clearly mentioned it with a procedural issue. But do we have any bill before us that warrant us with that procedure? Today, do you have any bill here? No, but you know,
Honorable member for Central Body, you can now take your seat. You put your point.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think Honorable Member for Central Body is a member of the Business Committee. And actually, it is in the agenda as well as in the order paper that we have this consolidated report of the FPAC. That was the incomplete business of the fifth legislature. Before that should be laid, since it is in the order paper, it is important for the Speaker to make a ruling on that. Yes, there is no bill, but there is a report of the incomplete business. Yeah.
Honorable member for Central Badibu. Please, honorable member for Central Badibu. You were talking and you were let to talk. Let him finish. Honorable member, the fact that I want to congratulate and thank the chairman of the Standing Orders Committee for being very proactive, responsible for our standing orders. That's the rules that govern us here. Now, there is a loophole in the whole process, both in the Constitution and the standing orders. They have observed it. And that there will definitely be leftovers from one parliament to the other. We don't need to wait until we have the situation and then we want to make a ruling. It has, when the speaker, you want to observe the speaker? So, these are gaps that I believe they have identified, and they want us to close our ranks before situation even arise. Even if there are none, there could be one at the end of our legislature, but there will have been something guiding the next parliament as to what to do next. That was, I believe, what the chairman did. Yes, honorable member for Central Badibu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for that explanation. Honorable Speaker, but we have this standing order committee. And I believe if we have lacuna in our operations, then we can refer to the standing order to work on it, to amend it. There is a need for them to amend some of the provisions. But we cannot just come now. Do you understand? When the issue is not before us, now he read it and you just made a ruling on it.
Honorable member, with all due respect, honorable member, honorable member, please. Honorable member, any honorable member has a right to put a point of order without making reference to anybody, to any of you. And it's the speaker's responsibility to make a decision on that point of order. Weak decision cannot be challenged. So, honorable members, I think we can proceed. Yes, please.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the floor.
Honorable member, you are the new Minority Leader. Honorable members, honorable member for Latrikunda Sabeji, can you take the floor? I call you honorable minority leader twice. You were seated.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
We have the honorable member for Latrikunda Sabeji.
Yeah, I just want to be very clear. When Honorable Sal made an observation on what you have said, you said nobody can make an observation when the speaker spoken and kept quiet. Nobody. should rise on point of order or observation. Is that the case? What? Of course, I was listening.
No, you are not in the
How
room.
do you clearly saying that when the speaker speaks, nobody make observation? Literally, that's what you have said. Even though that was not the exact wordings, but exactly this is what you have said. When the honorable member made observation, you said, are you going to make observation against the speaker? So I want to be very clear. The speaker speak.
Observation,
I
please.
want to be clear before I take my seat.
Honorable member, take your seat. Honorable member for Sami.
Very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, I just want to second the motion raised by the Honorable Member of Bakau with regard to FPAC report. It has already been said by the chairman that it's a different report. So if we want to do justice to the report, honorable members, let us refer this report and wait until a very better time we can debate on it. Thank you.
Honorable members, there has been the issue of tabling the report of FPAC. And the honorable member said categorically that the report has been changed. And that the honorable minority leader did say yes, but the content substantially has not changed. Now, you've seen both reports. It is your decision to either continue, and we continue to table the report, or we give you opportunity to read the report and we table it at a later date. We continue with the report?
Honorable Speaker.
You want us to reschedule it?
Reschedule it.
It looks like you members want us to reschedule the report.
Yes, yes.
Members, honorable members, so far we know your feelings. Can somebody move a motion that we... Speaker, that was not a motion.
Already a motion. Already move and second.
That was not a motion. He said...
Yes. I
Can we move a motion?
I rise to move a motion for laying of papers and report to be pushed to a later date.
No, finance.
FPAC report.
FPAC.
FPAC report, yes. To be moved to a later date.
Honorable members, any seconder? Honorable members, it has been... Any seconder? Yes. Member for? Member for West. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that FPAC report be postponed and to be laid in a later date. Those in favor, please say aye. Not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Now we move away from the FPAC report. Clerk, can we continue?
Boss, report. It's better we print it out.
Honorable members, we will suspend the sitting for about 15 minutes and come back in 15 minutes time. Meaning we should all be in by 5 to midday. Honorable members, please. So, honorable members, the session is suspended for 15 minutes. By 5 minutes to midday, we should all be back to continue on business. Suspended.
Good morning, audience. It's Monday, 12 September, the first day of the third ordinary session of the National Assembly in the 2022 legislative year. Live from the National Assembly chambers in Banjul, I am Musukuta Fao. Today's session will commence with communication from the
The Assembly now resumes. Clerk.
Motion. Be it resolved that this August Assembly do consider and ratify the instrument for the amendment of the Constitution of the International Labour Organization 1986 by the Honorable Minister of Trade, Industry, Regional Integration and Employment.
Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now invite the Honorable Minister, the Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Justice is stepping in for the Honorable Minister for Trade, Industry, Regional Integration and Employment. Honorable Minister, please.
Honorable Speaker and honorable members of the National Assembly, I beg to move that this August Assembly do consider and ratify the 1986 instrument of the amendment to the International Labour Organization, ILO Constitution. Honorable Speaker, the International Labour Organization is an international organization founded in 1919 under the League of Nations. It is the first and oldest specialized agency of the UN. The ILO has 187 member states, 186 out of 193 UN member states. As the only tripartite UN agency, the ILO brings together governments, employers, and workers' representatives of 187 member states to set labor standards, develop policies, and devise programs promoting decent work for all women and men. In 1986, the International Labour Conference discussed and adopted an instrument of amendment proposing changes that affect 11 of the 40 articles within the Constitution of the International Labour Organization. The main objective of the proposed amendment is to make membership of the governing body of the ILO to be more representative by providing a means of appointment that considers various geographic, economic, and social interests of its constituent groups. Furthermore, the appointment of the Director General by the governing body will have to be submitted to the International Labour Conference for approval. The 1986 amendment also introduces adjustments to the rules for voting at the conference as regards the required majorities and quorum, and sets out different voting and ratification requirements for constitutional amendments related to specific considerations. With these amendments, the number of members of the governing body under the Constitution will increase to 112, and the manner of their allocation will also be affected. Of these, 56 seats are allocated to the government representatives, 28 each will be allocated to employers and workers' representatives. There would no longer be seats guaranteed for member states of chief industrials importance. The amendment addresses four main areas. One, the composition and governance of the governing body of the office. The principal reason for proposing the amendment were to give the governing body a more representative membership by providing means of appointment of its members that consider a more contemporary manner of the various geographic, economic, and social interests of its constituent groups. Two, the procedure for appointment of the Director General. The Director General of the ILO would continue to be appointed by the governing body, but the appointment would be submitted to the International Labour Conference for approval. 3, voting at the International Labour Conference. The quorum for voting at the conference would be redefined, resulting in more transparent decision-making. 4, governing how the Constitution may be amended. Stricter majority requirement would apply to adopting important constitutional amendments. 5, the composition of the governing body has been of significant interest to the African group. The group has been actively engaged in deliberations within the ILO governance structure on ways to address the historical geographical imbalance in regional representation on the governing body. 6, the African group has been clear and unanimous in its view that Africa has been historically discriminated against in terms of the composition of the governing body. The group also agreed that the 1986 amendment represents the goal of equitable, non-discriminatory representation of all regions within the governing body. Honorable Speaker, in 1986, the International Labour Conference discussed and adopted an instrument of amendment proposing changes that affect 11 of the 40 articles within the Constitution of the International Labour Organization. The 1986 amendment addresses the 4 areas as stated above. In summary, the composition and governance of the governing body of the office, the procedure for appointment of the Director General, National Labour Conference, and rules governing how the Constitution may be amended. If the 1986 amendment enters into force, the number of members of the governing body under the Constitution will increase from 56 to 112, and the manner of their allocation will also be affected. Under the 1986 amendment, the Director General of the ILO would continue to be appointed by the governing body, but the appointment would be submitted to the International Labour Conference for approval. The 1986 amendment proposes changes to Article 36 of the Constitution, covering future amendments, and sets out voting and ratification requirements for amendments related to the specific considerations. The adoption of any amendment relating to the fundamental purposes of organization, the permanent establishment of the organization, the composition and functions of its collegiate organs, and the appointment and responsibilities of the Director General, the constitutional provisions relating to the International Labour Conventions, and the recommendations and the provisions of Article 36 of the Constitution would require 3/4 of the votes cast and would have to be ratified or accepted by 3/4 of the members of the organization in order to come into effect. The Gambia is one of the 2 African member states that have not yet ratified this amendment, and the order is Sao Tome and Principe. As of August 2022, a further 4 ratifications and acceptance were required for it to enter into force, including by 3 members of the chief industrial importance. As requested by the governing body, the countries that have not ratified the 1986 amendments were invited to consider its ratification or to provide any comment with respect to the reasons which have not so far permitted its ratification. Honorable Speaker, of the 56 seats reserved for governments in governing body, 54 would be distributed among 4 geographic regions: Africa, the Americas, Asia, and Europe, with a minimum of 12 and a maximum of 15 seats for each region. Distribution of seats would be weighed by the consideration the number of member states within the region, their total population, their economic activity assessed by appropriate criteria, gross national product, for example, or contribution to the budget of the organization. The initial allocation provided for is 13 seats for Africa, 12 for Americas, and alternatively 15 and 14 seats for Asia and Europe. The 2 remaining seats would rotate, one between Africa and the Americas and the other between Asia and Europe. Under the proposed amendment, government delegates representing the member states from each of the 4 regions would form an electoral college to fill seats for each region. Each electoral college would need to ensure that a substantial number of members appointed to fill the regional allocations of seats are chosen based on population size and to take into account an equitable geographical distribution. Other factors, such as economic activity of the members in accordance with the special characteristics of the region, should also be taken into consideration. At the same time, the 1986 amendment makes allowances for special characteristics within the region, where subdivisions may be formed on a sub-regional basis to appoint members separately to fill the seats assigned to the sub-region. It is important to note, however, that the 4 regions can be adjusted by mutual agreement among all governments concerned. The 1986 amendment to the ILO Constitution is in conformity with all other relevant legislation and international instruments ratified by the Gambia, such as the 8 ILO Fundamental Conventions. After consultations with my ministry, the response was provided from the Ministry of Justice on the 23rd of June 2020, in which it was stated that there have not been found any clause particularly detrimental to the interests of the membership of the Gambia. There is no financial obligations attached to the ratification of the 1986 amendment to the ILO Constitution. Considering the above, Honorable National Assembly members are hereby kindly requested to endorse and ratify the 1986 Instrument of Amendment to the International Labour Organization, ILO Constitution. Honorable Speaker, I beg to so move.
Honorable members, thank you, Honorable Minister. Any seconder? Member for Kantora.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Allow me to thank the mover, Honorable Minister for Justice, for stepping for the Honorable Minister of Trade, to present to us International Labour Organization Constitution that is before us here for ratification. It is also gratifying to know that the national interest is not at stake, and also at the tail end of the minister's rapport, he did also reiterate that it is in conformity with the laws of the land. It's a very simple instrument, but also we have to thank the minister and the entire organization for coming up with a people-centered ILO. People-centered ILO in the sense that it has really looked at the imbalance of power within the organization. But before going further, let me give my blessing to second the motion. That I second the motion, and I want to also take the opportunity to proceed to make a deliberation and lend my support to the proposed motion before us. To the Permission Speaker.
Honorable Member.
Having second the motion, I want to render my support and contribution to the ratification of the amendment of the Constitution of ILO, that is International Labour Organization. I did reiterate that it's now people-centered ILO, in the sense that there are a series of prospective amendments, progressive amendments in the document before us. If you look at Article 7, you have the original text and also the amended version as well. It says the governing body shall consist of 36 persons. But if you look at the amended text, it increased the number to give room for more representation in the governing council or governing body, whereby it has increased to 112 seats. And also what it really interests me is that if you also go down to Article Clause 3, that the governing body shall as occasion require determine which are the members of the organization of chief industrial importance. Below that, it indicates that the members of the chief industrial importance shall decide the conference, but an appeal to the conference shall not suspend the application of the declaration until such a time a conference decide the appeal. But if you look at the amendment, it does give room. It does even remove that there be no more an industrial, chief industrialist who to decide on behalf of member states. And if you also look at the several allocation of seats, you know that these regions, the Africa, the America, and Europe has been adequately catered for. And if you also go to Article 8, there shall be Director General of the International Labour Organization who shall be appointed by governing body, by the governing body. But if you look at the amendment version, it said there shall be a director of International Labour Organization who shall be appointed by governing body, subjected to the approval by the conference, by the International Labour Conference. That is, the power is not only given to the governing body to approve this appointment. It must be subjected to the approval of the General Assembly or General Conference. I think these are prospective things that I have also noted. And also, of course, if you look at the voting as well, previously, the pattern is that the voting is void unless the total number of votes cast is equal to the half of members delegates in attendance. But the progressive nature of the amendment is that it has to be half of the membership. In essence, the voting is void unless one half of delegates attending the session entitled to vote have taken part in the voting process. So these are all progressive amendments. I think at Parliament we cannot do much here, but rather to ratify and give our support to the amendment. On that note, I want to thank the Honourable Minister. That is long overdue because there was a saying that the old economic order only put Africa at disadvantage. That was triggered by the new economic order to put Africa in a better stage or sweeter stage, whereby it also can compete at the international market. There are series of trade imbalance. This is also a replica of that scenario. There has been imbalance in the representation. There has been also excess power vested in the governing council, and also there has also been vested power within the Europe and other countries. So now it has been narrowed down. It breaks down to Africa to have their say, to have their membership in terms of the work of ILO.
Honorable Chair, may I observe the member of Kantora?
So on that note, Honorable Speaker, I thank you so much, and I render my support. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, I have observation, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, I now put the question. It has been moved and seconded that this Honorable Assembly do consider the instrument for the amendment of the Constitution of the International Labour Organization 1986. Those in favor, please say aye. Not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. I now, any honorable member who wishes to take the floor may now do so. I have honorable member for Lower Salu.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I was just trying to observe the majority leader for Kantora. He said we cannot do much on this. Clerk, allow me to come, clerk. You are just going to be held on procedures.
Point of order.
You are allowed to take my floor. Honorable Chair, what is the essence of bringing this consensus in the Parliament if you don't do much? Honorable Chair, this is my question I ask.
Honorable member for Buchanan North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Honorable Attorney General for stepping in for the Trade Minister to present before us the instrument for the amendment of the Constitution of the International Labour Organization, 1996. I wonder why it is taking us that long to ratify this instrument when we took the commitment to be a member of ILO. And of course, the legal instrument can only be binding on us as a member if our parliament ratified the instrument. Yes, it's an obligation for the parliament to do so. But on the other side, we have no legal authority to do any amendment. That is as far as it. If we are a member, and before the instrument can be legislative on us, even whereas we cannot amend, it has to be ratified by our parliament. That means we have no choice. If we are committed to our membership, we have to ratify the instrument. We have been raising that the government should be taking its commitment to all legal instruments. Some of them have been lying there for quite a number of years. We signed to those protocols or accords or agreements, but we are yet to ratify. And after ratification, another thing, domesticating is also an issue. So we've been urging the government to take that commitment. Now, if the Honorable Minister is complying to that call that we have been making as a parliament, we commend you for that. But yet still, we want to see more accords, agreements, or protocols that we undertook and signed to be brought before the National Assembly for ratification so that we can take our due position on those organizations. On that note, I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Member for Bikama North and Minority Leader. I now have the member for Upper Saloon.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have an instrument that's brought to us for a review and ratification. And knowing the importance of this particular instrument, I would like to move a motion relying on section 53E, which actually reads a motion be made without notice. That a motion for the committal of a bill or a motion to a committee, including a committee of the whole assembly, or for the adoption of the assembly of a report of a committee, including the committee of the whole assembly. Honorable Speaker, by virtue of the fact that this particular instrument on Article 36, saying that amendments can be made, I think it is prudent that the Parliament actually moves this to a respective committee to clearly look at. Where, if we have more suggestions to the Minister for further amendments in the future, I think it's better for us to do that. Now, we owe it to the country. And as a matter of fact, this Article 36 is very important, saying amendments to this Constitution, which are adopted by the conference by a majority of 2/3 of the votes. I think it's important that we take a look at it and make suggestions to the Minister, who in turn, for future amendments, can be actually adopted. So I think it's better for us to refer this to the Committee of Trade for further interrogation and come back to the plenary for a report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Upper Saloon. Honorable members, before I call on any other honorable member, a motion is put on the table. And I had members beating their tables, knocking it. Do we proceed to consider the motion? Yeah, I said the motion is we don't continue to consider the motion. We remit it to the relevant committee, and the committee will come out and report to us
Yes.
at another time.
Yes.
That's the motion. Any seconder to that motion? Banjul South. Honorable members, I now put the question. Honorable Banjul South.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think he spoke for me. I stand to second the motion. I just seconded the motion, Honorable Speaker.
Before I put the question, we invite the Honorable Minister. He wants to say something.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member for Upper Salum, for that proposal. But I just want to urge this Assembly to consider proceeding with the endorsement, and we can still receive suggestions from the Trade Committee or the House at large. But it does not have bearing in what we are doing now. Because the thing is, we would not be able to change anything. The way it works, the executive participates in the amendment at the conference, at the international level. And we have adopted this and participated in this proposed amendment in 1986. All right? So we have not adopted, ratified, we have not ratified it like other countries did. So we can ratify this. If the Constitution is going to be open for another amendment, then we can even pass it here to say that if this treaty is going to be amended or any other treaty, when the executive is going to those kind of conferences, they can consult with the Assembly so that the Assembly's views are taken along when they go to negotiate these treaties. But taking it to the committee now adds no value to what we're doing. It will only delay the process. Because whatever you discuss there and submit to us, it cannot add or reduce anything to what we are doing now. So I would suggest that this other one go, and then we will continue the consultation, and we will receive any kind of suggestion coming from you, and the executive will bear that in mind when they go to negotiate these treaties. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
No need to debate.
Honorable Minister. Do I see Central Badibu? Is your this thing up? Central Badibu. Yes, you put it up and you are talking.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, with the explanation made by the Honorable Minister, I want to appeal to the humble House to look at it. Since we cannot add or reduce, we allow, you know, the thing to be passed.
The mover of the motion. Yes, Honorable Member for Upper Salum.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I clearly understand what the Honorable Minister is actually saying. But we also need to be very careful because with international agreements or treaties, I think Parliament must be at the center of actually agreeing the terms and conditions. Now, if we cannot make anything for now, I think it's upon himself and the Minister of Foreign Affairs to ensure that most of the international treaties actually are brought to Parliament so that we can actually give our own suggestion for when they're going to do the signatories. Without that, when will Parliament actually have time to do that? I mean, we are the only lawmakers here. We are the one that the Constitution of the Gambia actually has given powers to ratify any international agreement. So if he's saying that, well, I don't mind to withdraw the motion. I don't mind doing that. But is it not my motion? No, yeah. No, that's fine, yeah. No. Honorable Speaker, what I'm just trying to remind the Honorable Minister and the Attorney General is that, you know, whenever we have this legal instrument, especially international agreements, I think it's very important that Parliament is actually engaged at every level so that we can give our input. Because the Constitution is clear, we are the only lawmakers in this country, except if we give you so I would like to withdraw this motion for now, but in the future, let's make sure that we take care of those things.
Honorable members, point of clarity. Honorable members, I think what the Honorable Member said and what the Honorable Member for Central Badibu and what the Honorable Minister said is almost very clear. The international instruments, parliaments have the right to reject it or to ratify it. But we cannot amend it. we can make proposals for amendment. And then it will be tabled, just like in Parliament here, it will be tabled, and if we are able to score the majority, it will be amended. That is an international norm and practice. So now that the motion has been withdrawn, it means we now continue with the debate. And we will still continue, the trade committee will still continue to look at it, scrutinize it, and forward their recommendations to the relevant ministry. But listen, you can ratify it, but the observations you made, and you feel that you want to contribute towards its amendment, you can send it to the relevant ministry. So we now call upon the Honorable Member for Kiang West. Kiang West.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members of this August House, I rise to make a submission on the document placed before us. I have made few observations with respect to the amended articles. First, I think that's going to be for the governing body. I think the composition of the governing body, which consists of 56 persons and 28 representing governments, 14 representing the employees, and 14 representing the workers. And on the amended version, it has been stated that the governing body shall comprise 100.
Honorable Member, can you make reference to the relevant places so that members can follow you up?
I said Article 7. Article 7. Article 7. Yes, I'm looking at the composition of the governing body. When it gets to I'm trying to make a link between the composition of the governing body and the approval of the appointment of the Director General of the International Labour Organization. Previously, it has been captured that the Director General of the International Labour Organization will be appointed by the governing body, which wasn't subjected to the approval by the conference. So now it can be subjected to the approval, of the conference now. But now the composition of the governing body, how are they represented? And this consists of which personnel, which I really want to be clear with. The governing body comprises of heads of states, probably the secretary or government officials of different states, or participating heads of states. And that will informed me to tell us whether, the appointment would still be considered to go under, the consideration of the conference. But then, if the governing body is well represented and they have been taken to the office, through a very democratic mean, I think it would be better to allow the governing body, who are, representatives from different heads, different states, to appoint, a Director General. That is another observation. There is an observation that I have. And to make my submission very strong, I would like to take my seat and go through the document very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Kiang West. We now have the Honorable Member for Nyanija.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I would wanted
it to be referred to a committee for further scrutiny, but still the same. I think if I understand the motion from the Honorable Minister, this amendment, the government participated well, and there are still provisions that provide for further amendments, which cannot be done here, but negotiations, recommendations can come from the Parliament, likewise the Committee on Trade. So I would recommend the Committee on Trade to take it up with them, engage the relevant concerned government authorities on this, and probably if there are any other issues that you have and recommendations coming from the contributions by the various members, you take it up with them and give it to them so that they can take it up. Because I see no reason after reconsidering, again referring this to a committee, whereas the process of amending this has already been done. So I think it's better we just ratify it, because I know we have many other treaties lying there. And then I will implore on the Minister of Justice, please liaise with all the MDAs and find out about these international treaties and bring it to Parliament so that we can look at it, ratify or reject, or otherwise, or recommend you to go and further do renegotiation and come back to us. So on that note, I thank you and I fully support it.
Thank you very much, member for Nyanija. I now invite the member for Banjul South. Huh?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I don't think I have anything more to say because like Honorable Member for Upper Salon had presented the motion that I was, and it was revoked. So I think it's okay.
Thank you very much, member for Banjul South. I now invite the member for Woodley East.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we all know the situation of labor, especially in countries like the Gambia. We definitely want to participate in international conferences so that we benefit from any gains relating to our people. Honorable Speaker, the ILO has been here for many years, and the Gambia has been benefiting from the association. But this particular instrument is a bit complicated because we've not seen the past instrument, and all we have here is what we need to change. And you need to know what obtains before, so that you know the new thing that we are going to replace it with. Now, if you look at Article 7, it's telling you, you can see the merit of that because it is telling you what was there. That the governing body shall consist of 56 persons. And that 56 persons, now it is, the governing body shall comprise 112 seats. So you see, it is increased from 56 to 12 seats, 112 seats. The minister should be able to help us why that increment. In my own mind, I think that maybe the organization is getting bigger and bigger, and therefore we need to increase the numbers. If you look at the past one is saying 28 representing governments. Now you're saying 56 for persons representing government. And then the other one is saying 14 representing employers and 14 representing workers. So you will see that everything is increased here. But the workers are the biggest, the key stakeholders, I believe. Key stakeholders, and I believe that maybe we can think about increasing their number. Or you take note of that and see how best to increase. You can see all the workers in the world in that organization. Governments have more seats than the workers. That is one area that I try to observe. Honorable Speaker, I also want to know how many countries have already ratified this instrument. Because we are pushing us
Instead of scrutinizing it better, you are pushing us. Have we already attained the number, the 3/4 that is required? Or, are you trying to push the Gambia so that we can meet the number? That is a question that I intend to ask. Secondly, if you look at, I think it's Article 4, which is talking about areas. We tend to be ratifying a lot of these things without preparing ourselves for them. You go to these international conferences, and then you come to understand that as a representative, you cannot participate in certain fora because your country is owing arrears. So if we are going to be ratifying any instrument, we should make sure that we cater for whatever payments we should do in that organization, so that when our representatives go there, they will not be sitting at the corner. They will participate fully in the deliberations of the organization, and even participate in the elections, and even hold positions in those places. That's how we are going to gain more from the organization than always going there and sitting on the fringes of the organization. On that note, I thank you, but I support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Woolly East. I now invite the Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabiji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. And I also thank the Minister for his presentation, whether it's a thorough one or not a thorough presentation. But I thank the Minister for taking his time and give us what he had. For me, I nearly pronounced and reinforced myself to what the Honorable Member for Upper Salem said, but later he withdrew. I don't know why he withdrew that very important point. Because for me, if according to what the Honorable Minister said, if you bring an instrument before us and we are committed to that instrument being recalled, I ask myself, why do we debate on it now? If it is something we cannot change and we still come here, we waste our time, processes and everything, but we cannot change anything there. So it means we are committed to this particular instrument being recalled. Now, in other words, also, it's just a performance where characters and the assembly cast has been directed on what to say and do. So this is this article from 1 to 36. And for me, I just picked it from my box today. And I was just trying to read one article to the other, compare and contrast, and see whether I can have an informed decision. And I'm still constrained. And you want me to ratify this right away. And also, as a ministry, when do we, before we go international, when do we last review our Labor Act? Because our laborers are exploited by foreign investors or even our own local investors. But we have never taken time to look at our Labor Act, which to me needs serious amendment. I think I will urge the Honorable Minister, from here, we also need to look at our Labor Act to make it a very progressive document, sort of. And also as a country, we've been sleeping always on our international commitment, and it is high time we regain our balance, as reiterated by the Honorable Member for the Common North. When we ratify and domesticate this instrument, we also need to take their implementation very, very seriously. So for now, I don't want to go further. I just want to spoken quickly and keep quiet. And see, I don't want to be part of people who are going to ratify this if it is not subjected to the committee level, so that the committee can advise us very well. But at the end of the day, the Assembly has, the National Assembly has a role to play. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabeji. When you made the comment, I got worried because members should always be given time to be given documents for them to read before they can participate. And making reference to the clerk's office, I'm told that this document has been circulated for over a week. Honorable nominated member, Keba Lang Fofana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would start by thanking the Honorable Minister for Justice, who is stepping in for the Minister of Trade. And it is really refreshing to know that during his deliberations, he did say that the amendments do conform with the laws of the land, and also there are no financial costs attached to it. That is really refreshing. But on a point of concern, I would really like to concur with Honorable Mbow. The National Assembly is here for the purpose. And I strongly believe that given the members of the National Assembly, the time to scrutinize the bill would have really added value. At the end of the day, I'm in support of the bill. And I know that no member here would definitely stand as an obstacle to something that we know will add value to the, workforce or the labor force of this country. But most importantly, I'm a member of parliament today. Even if at all this document was given to me a week ago, I'm not legally minded. I might have a profession, but that will be different from laws. I cannot interpret it. But the parliament itself has subcommittees. If you direct it to a subcommittee, in fact, that might expedite the process. And that again would allow individuals to ratify the bill, go back home with a clear mind. But today, as it stands, I will do the ratification. But the implications, I would not know. So what I want to do is, in conclusion, is definitely to appeal to the minister. Even though we know you worry, we know that you have a lot on yourself, you will definitely want to fast-track the process. But given the parliament the required time as well, so that they can sanitize it and come up with informed decisions, would definitely help the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nominated Member, Kevalang Fofana. I now invite the Honorable Member for Busumbala constituency.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to associate myself to the deliberations made by Honorable Oplatik Nasabji and Honorable Nominated Member. Having gone through these articles, there are some progressive message that will be beneficiary to the labor force. But then, I want the Honorable Minister of Justice, standing for the Honorable Minister of Trade, to enlighten us about the progressive, whether the progressive articles here have a true reflection to that of the existing Labor Act. Because most people, most honorable members here are not okay with the Labor Act. But then anything we are doing here must have a direct, progressive impact on our existing labor document. Having gone through it, I definitely will be in a position to support it, but then I would like some time so that we can have a better scrutiny of it through our committee to see whether it has some that progressive input on our existing labor act. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Busumbala constituency. I now invite the Honorable Member for Central Badibu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to join my colleagues to thank the Honorable Minister for bringing such an important instrument for amendment before us. Honorable Speaker, ILO has been in existence since time immemorial, as far as at the end of the First World War, around the 1990s. Honorable Speaker, Gambia is not an island, and Gambia is part of the crusade to ensure that poverty is eliminated, employment issues are addressed, and poverty is wiped out. And if you look at ILO, the articles that are highlighted here, they have been developed through international meetings or conferences or consultations. And those countries, I think they all participated well for it to be formulated. Honorable Speaker, the question that we should ask now is, where is the stand of Gambia as far as ILO is concerned? And what do we do to address unemployment in our country? What do we do to ensure that workers' rights are protected in this country? What do we do to ensure that minimum wage exists so that our workers will not be big, our workers will not be brought to zero, but their living conditions need to be worth of emulation? Honorable Speaker, I believe when it comes to domestication, the ministry has a lot to do. And with collaboration with your partners, I think it's high time, as alluded by honorable colleagues, we look at our own labor act as a country. Where are the gaps? What do we need to do? Honorable Speaker, ILO is out to fight against disease. We all know that diseases are rampant in our continent, in our country. So Gambia being part of such an important organization will also pave the way for us to fight against diseases, which are claiming, lives of children, women, and all sectors of life. Honorable Speaker, the voting rights, the article, spelled out the right to vote. And I believe our representatives to this international organization will vote in our favor. We will not vote for decisions that are going to be detrimental to our progress. Honorable Speaker, an opportunity to be given, equal opportunity to be given to member states. I believe this is very key because we cannot just be signatory or become members of organizations. At the end of the day, we get no benefit. So these are some of the things that need to be safeguarded as a country. And other honorable members talk about bringing it to the parliament. Yes, it has to be looked at as parliament, but as long as there are laws that limit us, I think as members of the parliament, let's look at the laws. And if there is need for us to amend, let's amend the laws so that we can be given a liberty or a chance to make amendment. But internationally, or what we have been found here is there are certain international instruments you cannot touch it. So what is, essence of adding an input, talking, you cannot just put some important recommendations. If that is the case, I think this House, we are at liberty to look at it and come up with amendments. I thank everybody for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Central Badibu. I now have the Honorable Member for Upper Fladu West.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for giving me the floor. Well, as far as the issue at hand is concerned, I think this is an important document. Though some may say the timing is very, very short, but if you go through this document, you would come to realize that, a lot of adjustments is to take place as far as the ILO is concerned. Because this is an organization, as the Honorable member mentioned, that this organization was formed long since we were not born, and then Gambia is part of it. And then the most important thing that he has highlighted is to look into our Labor Act, because this organization is very, very important, and then Gambia is not exceptional. Gambia is going to have a lot of benefits from this organization. Like, if you look at Article 7, you will come to realize that before, the governing body shall consist of only 56, but now from 56 is increased to 112. Now, looking at the other aspect, it is also telling you that 28 representing government. Now, from the government side, you will have only 28. And then, like, that one also is going to be increased to 56. Like 14 representing the employers, and that will be increased to 28. And then 14 representing the workers will also be increased to 28. So this is telling you, like, the ILO is taking a new dimension. Taking a new dimension, meaning there is going to be a lot of increments as far as the organization is concerned. But my worry as far as this, how to call it, this tool before us, the only worry I have, like if you come to the voting, like if you come to the voting side, whereby we have America, we have continents like America, we have Asia, Europe, and then Africa. So what it is spelled out in this document is like you will get seat based on the geography of your country, or based on the population, or the way, how to call it, the business activities run in your country. So like in Africa, they are telling you before 13 seats was given to Africa, and in America, 12 seats to America, Asia 14, and then in Europe 15. So this is going to be multiplied. But my worry here is Gambia being a small country in Africa, one of the smallest countries in Africa. So I am not pretty much sure whether Gambia is going to have a seat in that organization or not. But generally, it's very, very important for we, the National Assembly members, to support and then rectify this thing. So that is my take as far as this issue is concerned. And then also, before I take my seat, I would also like to thank the Honorable Minister for Justice, bringing this before the National Assembly members. I think one thing also is very important, that any agreement that the government of the day, if they are to do any agreement, it has to come to the National Assembly. So in case of anything tomorrow, because you cannot make treaties in the absence of the National Assembly. So what I want to tell the Honorable Minister, that as my colleague National Assembly members alluded in their speech, that anything that government have to do, it has to come to the Parliament, you know, for final approval and other stuff. So I thank you so much for bringing this document to the Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Upper Flood West. Now I invite the Honorable Member for Jara Central.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, as the chairman of the Select Committee on Trade, Industry, Regional Integration and Employment, I equally rise to support the ratification for the amendment of the Constitution of the International Labour Organizations, 1986. Honorable Speaker, I don't have much to say. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to take the seat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Jara Central. I now invite the Honorable Member for Talinding Punjab.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Since our job here is to ratify, and ratification means to give our consent, to agree, I think we need to understand, why do we need to give our consent? Why do we need to agree? Perhaps we are saying international labor organizations have been here for almost a century or more, and then Gambia has been part of this, it's signatory to this constitution since 1986, and it's just unfortunate that we are just, it's just coming to before the National Assembly for ratification. But that notwithstanding, we have to justify why should we ratify this Constitution. And then I don't want to leave this house with doubt. If I did, I have myself to blame. And then I want to be very clear with things. We join international organizations for a reason. Because these international organizations must set international standards that will trickle down to be domesticated in individual member countries. Now, when I look at the Constitution, what I see is the function, the structure of the body and who should occupy what. I was thinking that the Constitution should also embody the principles on which the ILO stands, the standards they have set to make sure that workers in the member countries would have a healthy working environment, we have good pay scale, would have all it takes so that, because if the institution is there to promote social justice and advance the people, the working condition of people in those member states, I was thinking the Constitution should embody those standards that, but I have not seen it. I think I should be educated, Honorable Speaker. I think I should be educated. This is something that doubts me. How does it function? Because we are all born found in this thing here. But I, for one, I can tell you this is what UN is doing here. I can tell you this is what FPAC is doing here. But I cannot tell you this is what ILO is doing in this country. So if we are having members and we are paying them per diem, taxpayers' money, to go and speak in these conferences, we should know what benefit is that organization doing for this country and for the workers in this country. These are some of my these things, and then I need to be educated on some of these things. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Talinding Kunja. I now invite the Honorable Member for Fonyi Kansala.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and the Minister of Justice, representing Trade. ILO, as the name implies, is an international organization responsible for the welfare of workers. I could say, if my knowledge serves me very well, internationally representing workers in countries of Asia, Africa, America, and Europe. I want clarity here to the Honorable Minister. It's great we join organizations. It's important we be playmakers in those organizations, especially an organization like ILO that represents the welfare of workers in general. Looking at Article 7, it raises the governing body, the composition of those governing bodies, in which Article 7.3a talks about various distributions of those countries in the world. That is the target moment of Asia, Africa, Europe, and America. I want clarity here, and I want education here to the Honorable Minister of Justice. We are Africans, and this ILO, we have a part. We are also contributors in this ILO. What are the voting methods in which the country, the Gambia, out of many African countries, what would the Gambia gain in terms of being represented in those governing bodies? We want you to help us in enlightening us the process and the procedures in which representatives of the Gambia, based on the government, the workers, and also other folk. And if I also heard you very well, Honorable Minister, you've mentioned that this ILO bears no cost for the government. But as if you move towards Article 13, 4, it says a member of the organization which is in arrears in payment of its financial contribution to the organization shall have no vote in the conference in the governing body. I want you to also help us vividly What are the contributions? Is it based on agreements of resources, different from finance of money? We want to know, and those contributions, how much would the Gambia as a body of ILO contribute either every 5 years or every 1 year or every 1 month? We need clarity in this. We join organizations for a purpose. Nobody will tell you that, these organizations X, Y, Z. We all know. Look at the UN. Look at other international organizations. We have bodies. But the representation and the key functionalities that those countries will perform is a big question. And sometimes you look at big countries or big continental countries will take precedence over the smaller ones. So, Honorable Minister, we want you to help us in this, to see what are the benefits that we gain as a country in joining this. And again, what do we contribute? Defaulting of areas, you will not participate in conferences. So it means there must be a tagging amount that is levied on us. We want you to help us in this. And the other last contribution, Honorable Speaker, in the whole world, you'll hear seats, we owe these seats, we have this voting right. Or sometimes you look at key performance, it's a big nightmare. So we want to know this ILO and that of the labor of this country. We want you to help us. What are the similarities and key functions that they could work together and benefit of the international and the local one? What do they share in common that will be a beneficiary to the workforce of the Gambia? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Foni Councillor. I now invite the Honorable Member for just one constituency.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for the deliberation. But I have a concern here. I know the Minister had made it very clear. It seems we are on a Yamada Sindo thing. We just clear it and then it go. But we cannot change anything. Yes, it's a concern. Coming to Article 7, in which has given a number of 24 seats to the workers. 24 seats to the workers, who are the most concerned people with regards to labor in the country, because this is about International Labour Act that we are trying to ratify here. You did your own homework as a ministry, and then you'll be representing Gambia there with your team to do your own changes. Though we cannot change, the change is done by you. But coming down to our own Gambian context here, as a government, and our people around here, I have a suggestion, if possible, maybe for you to suggest, if possible also, because to make it a little bit clear here, with regards to the workers' representative, can we at least put in something that can figure out the physically challenged, the disabled, to say they also need to be represented? Yes, they are part of the group of workers, but at least to be named within that circle to say that physically challenged should have to have a representative within the 2028 that you are calling here. Because if they are not mentioned in it, we do, I'm not saying careless to put them as part of us, which they are part of. Can we also try to include them within the amendments that you are going to present over there? And then, Honorable Minister, I will be also very grateful to you as the one representing the Ministry of Trade to also look at the Labour Act properly. What can we do to adjust the Labour Act? Because always people are complaining. It comes to our decks, and normally what they say is the final say is within the Parliament. Can we look at it properly also and see how best we can look at the way our people are living, the environment within the working environment within the country? Where can we adjust to at least suit the international level as we are doing currently? This is about international, but coming to local and what can we do to satisfy our own people is very important. So, Honorable Minister, we will be very grateful to you, and then the one you are representing here today, to look at the labor, the local labor act, or at our own level, to see how best we can satisfy our own people here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Joshua. And I invite the Honorable Member for Janjambure constituency.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also want to extend my gratitude to the Honorable Minister of Justice for coming up with this document for ratification. But also I think this is very timely for the simple reason that looking at the condition of the Gambian workers, it seems very sympathetic in reality. And as much as we're considering to amend an international document, I want to believe that it is also important for we to look at the Gambia Labour Act, considering what most of our workers are earning at the end of the month. For example, if you walk into our tourism industry, you will agree with me that 70 or 80% of the workers there are receiving less than $2,000 per month. Also, what I have considered to see in this document is it seems we have been deceived by numbers, looking at the increasement of representation from 50 or 52 to 112 representatives from Africa or from the general membership. And I think it will be also important if the representations can be really segmented, wherein we can know in the labor market how many women can be represented, how many young people can be represented, and the list goes on. So basically, I think also the Ministry of Justice or any other ministry should actually adjust on the way they approach the Parliament before documents are brought forward to the Parliament. I want to believe that it is of importance for such documents to be submitted to the respective committees for due consideration. So on that note, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Janjambure. Now I invite the Honorable Member for Nyamena Dankunku.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, Honorable colleague, so thank the Minister of Justice for taking it for the Ministry of Interior. Honorable Minister of Trade, sorry. Honorable Speaker, we are acting under Section 79 of the 1997 Constitution. When we are actually looking at this instrument. Honorable Speaker and my colleague, the National Assembly, when we are dealing with legal instrument, this is a legal instrument. It is not like the report that we have within ourselves. And then I think this was why when the Honorable Member for Upper Sally withdraw his motion, I was a little bit serious about it. Yes, it's your motion, but you took the right direction and then withdraw it. So that could have not been actually done. Because we have, it is actually an amendment. It's very easy and it's very simple. But actually, it does not prevent the assembly from scrutinizing. It should have subjected for a scrutiny. Then we come back and then approve it. Because taking it for scrutiny does not mean we're going to reject it at the end of the day. But it will help us at least to dip in some of the provisions that we are asking now the President. We are talking about, the member for Janjambure just talk about the issue of the labor. If it was actually subjected to the Trade Committee, we could call them as a witness. We will get a lot of information from the various institutions that are affected on this amendment. But now we are not doing it. So at the end of the day, it is not the minister, it is the assembly. Because our own standing order gives us the provision to refer it to a committee. So if we refuse to refer it to a committee, it's no more the minister, it is our job. Because if we submit, having been that we submitted it, we refer it to the Committee of Trade, we could have enough time to look at the document. And then, honorable members, I'm always worried about legal instruments. Our minister is here. If you go to his office now, you ask him a legal opinion, you cannot get it at that time. You can't. You can't. So these are legal instruments. This is why it is important we refer them to committees, not rejecting them, but actually so that we can be fair some of the legal sections that is put that is in the text. So I think next time anything that matters, a legal instrument, we refer it to the various committees. Let us not go. Honorable Minister, I think because of it is not referred to committees, I have some questions that I want to ask. The member for councillor talked about the issue of I think amendment number 4, that deals with the issue of non-payment of financial provision. So here now, I don't know what is the position of the Gambia. We are approving. I don't know whether the Gambia is having an arrears or Gambia is not having an arrears. So I think you need to help me there. Then the other issue is whether you have consultation with the labor department, because this instrument definitely has a direct impact with that institution. That is the second question. Then the other question is the issue of the governing body. Because as a Gambian, I don't know how the governing bodies are selected within our country to go and represent us at wherever the ILO office is. How are they doing the selection? We need a clarification or at least an explanation how it is done. Other than that, actually, the document is actually straightforward. It is not really complicated, but then actually being a legal check, this is why we always have to be a little bit mindful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Nyamina Danfunku. Now I invite the Honorable Member for Serekunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. As we know that the ILO is a renowned organization that deals with workers' rights. So my concern here is if Gambia becomes a member, and this document is dealing with the organization, how it works. But these organizations normally set standards. The Honorable Minister has once been a resource person to me and our group. Then we were dealing with the Children's Act. And in that act, there are flaws. So my concern here is, if we become or domesticate these laws, are we ready as a country to see to it that our commitments are fulfilled, such as the workers' rights, job employment security, and other requirements? Because we are a party to this Children's Act, and in that act, it is saying no to child labor. And in the Gambia here, you will see there are lots of child labors. So this is my concern. So the question is, what process do we take to comply with the ILO instrument? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Serekunda. We now have the Honorable Member for Combo East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I have to, first of all, thank the Honorable Minister for presenting this instrument before us for ratification. I must just concur with my fellow colleague, honorable members, the nominated member, honorable member for Serekunda, Latrikunda Sabili, and the honorable member for Upper Salu. My take in this would be these instruments must have been referred to the required committee for consideration, knowing this document as being legal document. This House is here to consider and ratify. The content of this must have not been dictated. And what I'm seeing here, the processes are on the dictates. And our conscience must guide us very well as National Assembly members to work on this ratifying these international documents in trying to make sure that we are secure. And also, I have a worry, and I'm doubtful that why the minister putting it before us that Gambia is second to a country that is yet to ratify these things. Why the delay, and why now? You know, so if this thing, it seems very skeptical to me to just get my consent into this document, and knowing that has given me enough to retrieve this document and get to it and study it, scrutinize and consult the required people, stakeholders, to make sure that I might be well guided to concur with the ratification as you wish. But if you place it before me today and you want me upon your explanations that these other countries have ratified it except Gambia and another country, it might be doubtful. So, to my own opinion, I would wish these things be referred to the required committee for consideration and research. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member Pokombo East. Honorable members, there is no dictation. Members do reserve the right to ratify it or throw it back to them. No imposition, no dictation. And I said earlier, I sincerely believe that whatever documents that members would consider for ratification or for whatever, for enactment, should be given to them at least days before it so that they can read it and participate effectively. We now have the Honorable Member for Pony Bintang Karanai.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I am happy that we are here to ratify. And what confused me the most is them giving us volumes, 2 days or 3 days, and asked us to rectify 3 or 2 things. The member for Upper Salem withdraw his motion, and the motion we were to support. Because I can't just imagine you bring in this and want us to ratify it now. We just have interaction with this. You know, we were on a tour. We just came just recently, and we were given this bulky document. Not forgetting, we are representing people, not our minds we speaking. That is important to the members of the parliament too. And most of the time, this ratification is not going to benefit our people, our local people in any way. It is those people that goes there to receive the per diems and other related things. It is for your interest. Here we are on national interest without begging for relationship in any way. We stand to be corrected time and again. How will it benefit our people? Our laborers, those that are there, suffering day in, day out. Do we ever stand to ratify that Labor Act, ancient Labor Act? I saw people that are teaching in the teaching fraternity and they are not paid. I saw people that goes to work day in, day out. At times at the end of the month, they are not paid. We are not talking about that. And you want us to ratify this international constitution for your benefit. For your benefit. Let us go and consider our Labor Act first before we come to this. And member for Upper Salem, you must apologize for withdrawing. Honorable Speaker, with your permission, I may want to use the local language at this juncture. Gambia alinka na kunkili nafa jibe. Alinga molla nafa jibe. Ndolbe jang.
Point of order. Order. Can we hear the point of order? Order, Speaker. Honorable member, can we hear the point of order? Please withdrawn. Honorable members. Honorable members. Each honorable member has a responsibility and a right. It's unfortunate you cannot impose your right on another honorable member. What honorable member A does not want to do, you honorable member B, you can do it. Let's not over lament on people saying something and withdrawing it. If you feel it's good, you can bring it. We now have the honorable member for Lower Badibu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for introducing the bill before us. The support and the ratification of this document before us is going to be of paramount interest, provided that it serves the best interest of Gambian workers. For far too long, Gambian workers have been suffering. I will give an example to foreign business owners in this country. Gambian workers, not only on the side of salaries, but even working environment. They don't have a proper working environment. And I believe that the ratification of this document, when we are to ratify it, it should be to the paramount interest of our workers. Honorable Minister. The document is, of course, it's a fine document, but would it uphold the principles of, or the principle of ILO? That's my question, Honorable Minister. If it does not uphold the principle of ILO, to me, it's of no interest to our workers. We are here as National Assembly members. We are representing people. Whatever we are to do here should be to the best interest of Gambians and Gambian workers for that matter. So, and I know that, of course, that they might say that, some might say that no, they might not agree with my stand on the issue. Fine. But anything I say here, I'm representing the people, most especially the people of our body. I'm going to serve the interest of my people to the latter. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I rest my case here for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Lower Badibu. I now invite the Honorable Member for Ileasa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for bringing this important instrument to the National Assembly. But here, it is the responsibility of the National Assembly to look at this instrument critically, if it is to the interest of the Gambian people. And I think definitely it is to the interest of the Gambian people. Gambia is not an island, so we have to be part and parcel of world organizations. So definitely, I think this instrument is very important, and then I'm in support that
we pave way to this document to pass. As we are, the Gambia is not an island. Definitely it is very important that we make sure we consider this instrument. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Ilyasa. I now invite the Honorable Member for Bikama South.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. First, I want to seize this opportunity to thank the Honorable Minister for bringing this to the National Assembly. I think there is no individual here who will be a stumbling block to this. But there are areas where we are, I am personally very much worried, and I want some clarification. I think this particular constitutional amendment took place on the 4th of June, 1986. And you laid emphasis on that it's in conformity with the labor laws of this country. But I'm a little bit worried from 86 to date, why are you bringing this thing after 36 years? And a little bit worried. And again, from 36 years to date, have you consulted the labor laws of the country? Most of the provisions are obsolete. And eventually, the most vulnerable sector of the society is the labor department. That is confronted with a lot of issues that has been highlighted by some of my members that took the floor before me. But interestingly, since I think the will is there to bring this for rectification, I think you will go further to also look at the labor laws to make sure that we fine-tune it to the current realities. Because in the labor sector, you have a lot of vulnerable people in that aspect that need to be looked at. I think, Honorable Speaker, since we have very less to do with this thing, we cannot change it. I'm just looking at Article 17, where the membership has been increased to 112. But if you look at the representation, 56 from the government representative, and 28 for the employees, and 28 for the workers, respectively. I think this also needs to be completely replicated and look at our labor laws to make sure that this aspect is inputted so that the workers will be in a better position to talk about issues confronting them at their various walk of life. On that note, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Bikama South. Honorable Member for Fonyi Jarol.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman, for giving me the floor. Thank you, Minister of Justice, for bringing this document to the National Assembly. It's very unfortunate you are bringing a document that today I am representing my people. I am going to say yes, a document that myself I don't understand. So this will be my first time that I'm going to represent people and say yes. Why? Because I received the document late. Two, this is a very important document that I should have studied well to understand what it means and then be able to report to my people properly. Because in most cases, these international treaties are never fair to Africans. We are always part of it. We are just there maybe to take photos and collect per diems. But the people that we represent when we go to these international seminars see no benefits at all. The trade policies, like you look at the WTO, World Trade Organization, that Gambia is a member of that organization. If you go by the policies and then you look at today what our workers are facing is something different, even in the markets. ECOWAS itself, you look at again, our markets, even with Senegal here, we don't even abide to the laws that we ourselves formulate. Now today, this important document is here that you are asking me, agree or not agree. And if I say yes, it does not change anything. If I say no, it does not change anything. They are going ahead. And then again, I am told that Gambia is almost second to last maybe to agree to this. And then I don't know the justification, because if you look at it, used to be 56, and now it is increased to 112. What is the justification? It is not sometimes about numbers, it is about quality. So I don't have to say, yes, 112 now, the number is increased. Who do I know who is representing? The gender balance there. From which country, how are people nominated or how are people appointed? It's not understood to me. So it's very unfortunate such documents should be brought here. We are not here to say no to things because whether we are seen as opposition of the government or we just say yes because I'm a sympathizer of the government. It's not about that. Like what I said before, we are here to represent the people. We are no longer here to represent any party. But international treaties are never fair to Africans. And the status of our workers is definitely terrible. We need to look at all these things. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Fonyi Jaro. I now invite the Honorable Member for Basse.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. And I also want to thank the Honorable Minister for stepping in for the Honorable Minister for Trade in presenting this paper before us. I have two concerns which I want the Honorable Minister to enlighten us. Because looking at the representation at this institution, we have three categories. That is the government category, the employees and the employers, or the employees who stroke workers. So I don't know whether when the government is representing this country at that level, whether they consult the employers and the employees, because their voice and concerns should be heard. And when preparing clauses to guide them or to protect them, they should be heard. Because if they are not represented, maybe people will put clauses that favors them and to the detriment of the others. And here the most vulnerable one is the worker or the employee, which should be safeguarded. So we want to know when the government is traveling, whether they consider these people to be part of the trip or to these conferences. And the other thing is the contribution to this August body. I want the Honorable Minister to tell us what is our financial contribution to this institution and what is our status as at now, because it is indicating when you are on areas, it is the body to decide whether you're going to have a voting right or not. It means your faith stands on the people where they're going to sympathize with you. Because if you have areas, they can easily say no. If at all, maybe there's a subject matter interest whereby they feel maybe you are not supporting that subject matter interest, they can easily say no, we cannot allow you to vote because you have areas. So we want to know our status, whether we are good to go. So we want us to update us. The other side is the number 4. Well, anyway, Honorable Speaker, let me take my seat, and I want this clarification based on these questions or concerns I put forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Basse. Honorable Member for Banjul North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, the Minister of Justice. As far as my contribution is concerned, I will say that this document is very timely, but as Parliament, are we going to give our consent based on assumption? If that is the case, I think it is very important for us to take it back to the committee that we have suggested, that is the Trade Committee, to see how best we can scrutinize the document, even though we cannot amend. But before taking my seat also, I will also want the Minister to inform the gathering, what impact will this have to Gambia, that is the labor force of this country, understanding the level of underemployment in this country. What will it address as far as the Gambia is concerned? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Banjul North. And I invite the Honorable Member for Sabak Sanjal.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I also want to thank the Honorable Minister for stepping in on behalf of the Minister of Trade, who was supposed to come before us and lay this instrument before this August Assembly. Understanding that he is coming in for him, we all know that definitely ministers can represent ministers according to the Interpretation Act. I think, as honorable colleagues have just rightly mentioned, that we are all representing people. And anything that we have to discuss and ratify here should be to the best interest of our people. And if we look at the Constitution, Section 79, subsection 2, gives us as National Assembly members the opportunity to ratify international laws. And also, the same Constitution gives us the opportunity to also refer bills under Section 101, subsection 5, to relevant committees of the National Assembly. As far as I am concerned, this bill needs to be referred to the relevant committee, which is the Committee on Trade, as far as it was supposed to be led by the Minister of Trade. So obviously, it was challenged.
Point of correction.
Yes, no.
Yeah. Correction as well. Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Member. I wanted to recall that we are not discussing bills, but rather it's an instrument. Motion to ratify the ILO. Yeah, bills are required. I mean, you know, bill the instrument. Thank you.
Thank you for that observation, Honorable Majority Leader. But my stand on this remains that we should refer this instrument to the relevant committee so that they can look at it very well and come up with a report. At least with that report, we would be able to know the content of this instrument, and also it will help us for future amendments that are to be made onto instruments like this that are to be laid before us. I submit. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Sabak Sanjal. Honorable members, I think remitting this to committees, we passed that now. We are debating, and the minister would respond. The Honorable Member for Nyanija. Sorry, Nyani. Nyani, not Nyanija.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. We must first of all thank the Honorable Minister for Trade, Industry, Regional Integration and Employment for coming up with this motion. Looking at the problems of the ILO, I quote, among the issues highlighted are lack of progress in closing the gender gap in labor force participation, the persistence of the informal, and the more than 1 in 5 young people under 5
are not in employment, education, training, compromising their future employment prospect. Honorable Minister, what is the stand of your ministry in closing this gender gap? The other issue is, in the same context, poor quality and poor working conditions in which the Gambia is not to be left behind. What is the stand of your ministry in coming up with issues that can overcome these challenges? Honorable Speaker, I now take my seat.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Nyani. I now invite the Honorable Member for Sani Mentoring constituency.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor, Honorable Speaker. And I also thank the Honorable Minister for Justice for representing the Honorable Minister for Trade and Regional Integration. And after listening to some of my colleagues, Honorable Speaker, yes, I know we've passed the stage of laying this instrument to the committee responsible, which is this Committee of Trade and Regional Integration. But yet, I would suggest, since there are doubts which are not still cleared or maybe the minister's explanation may clear some doubts, but yet there will be some doubts which are not cleared by some of the honorable ministers after listening to them. One is having areas, whether we're having areas, the Gambia is having areas or not. Some honorable members are not still sure. And also, by participating in this lawmaking of these international laws, I think it is very, very important. Yes, we do send our representatives to be there, but then it is also very sensitive. For me, in most cases, gender balance is never in favor of women in anything that we do in the Gambia here. So, and I felt women, as I said earlier, some time ago, that women participated even in our elections. Whatever we do in the Gambia, women played a very important role there. So I think we should equally be treated as men in the Gambia, and of course the youths as well. So in that sector, I will suggest let this document be brought to the Committee of Trade. We go through it, since there are some people who were on tour and they're not still familiar or they're not familiar with this document. Let it be brought to the Committee of Trade, scrutinize it, take it through the Office of the Clerk, and then be brought back to the plenary. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'll take my seat.
Now invite the Honorable Member for Jara West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. And thank you, Honorable Minister for Justice, representing the Trade Ministry. Honorable Speaker, I am guided by the chairman of the Trade Committee, the chairperson of the Trade Committee, because he already saw his blessing and ratify this document before us. Because he may have a better understanding on what is going on at the Trade and Regional Integration and Employment Committee. But also, Honorable Speaker, I will appeal to the Honorable Minister of Trade to consider the recommendations of amendments of this document by my honorable colleagues. A member is bringing in the Labor Act. I am also very, very much interested in that Labor Act. Here in the Gambia, an employer can just wake up a day and sack his employee without nothing. Sometimes, in fact, they tell you if you don't want to work, you can leave. It means that you are not guaranteed where you are working. For example, people are working at the hotel industries. What they are paid cannot even buy a bag of rice for them. but they have no choice. They have to go. We need to look at the Labor Act at our local level here in the Gambia here, so as to give a blessing of this document before us. You cannot just sack somebody like anyhow you want. When you are working at a particular institution or you are employed, you should be guaranteed. Honorable Speaker, I would want to ratify this document, but I want to join my colleagues to look into the amendments they recommended. Let them be amended so that it can suit us and suit our own Labor Act in the Gambia here. Thank you. So on that note, I want to rest my case.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now invite the Honorable Member for Banjul Central.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I thank also the Honorable Minister for bringing this through, and also deputizing the Minister of Trade. I think you have made amends considering your our issues last year. So at least you make amends this time around. I appreciate that. I'll just join my other honorable colleagues in putting through my skepticism with regards to this, because the thing is, this instrument, like my dad always says, this is a house of wisdom, and we don't just want to randomly just pick and put things through without really looking into them. And personally, I do not want to be pessimistic in my decision making. And currently, I think we are all at a dilemma with the promptness of this board here. And because our roles and responsibility as parliamentarians is to make decisions, but not to make any decision, but to make informed decisions. Decisions based on a very clear conscience of mind, and in conformity with the people that we represent back home. Because we are not representing ourselves here, but we were brought here to represent a certain group of people, and the Gambia at large. So I think part of really what makes our work easier here in Parliament is when things are brought here in documents, whereby it will give us a holistic a viewpoint of exactly what to pinpoint, what to bring forward, to be able to debate on them, to be able to look into them and exchange ideas so as to make informed decisions to be able to proceed further, ratify or not ratify these treaties, right? So in terms of international representation, yes, like my colleague said, Gambia is not an island, right? We also want to be part and parcel of the, international bodies, part and parcel of decision-making space with regards to world affairs, that's true. But also, we have to look internally as well. My fellow colleagues did put this through, that we have a Labor Act that is peddling at the moment. I think, I don't know, it stopped at its second reading, if I'm not mistaken, in 2020. Yes, but I think we need to look into that. My point basically is we need to first look internally in making sure we look through these acts so as to when these international instruments come through, it will be able to help us out in terms of how do they conform with our local context. So yes, an international body being here for a long time, longevity is important, definitely. But I would like to pose this specific question to Honorable Minister. If you would, this would really help us here. Yes, it's been made mention that this organization has been here for a long time. Longevity is of importance. But also, you also made mention that there are no required cost attachments to this, right, for joining this. That's good. But really, what dividend does it pay in the near future for the Gambia? That's a question I would like to make. Thank you very much.
I now invite the Honorable Member for Bundunga Kunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Thank you, Honorable Minister of Justice, for deputizing the Minister of Trade. Basically, what I want to say here is the reason why some members are talking about to refer this document to the select committee is all geared towards consultation. And it's through consultation we can be able to collaborate. And I think by sending it to the select committee will come with their recommendation and advise the General Assembly. So for that being the case, I don't know, Honorable Speaker, whether before you make these amendments, whether there was proper consultation with stakeholders. Because as other honorable members alluded, we ratify this instrument, but we are left behind. I think that one is left to us as Africans or as leaders. Whatever we ratify, those people, because there must be standard. Whether we will go by the standard is a question. So because there are so many rectifications, but we just ratify, but we don't follow the normal standard. So looking at our labor aspect in the Gambia, we all know sometimes people will be working and their dues are not given to them, or in fact, some of their incentives that they need to enjoy, they don't enjoy it. And when we talk about international ratification, we must understand that economically, we are different. So and in terms of leadership also, we are different. So now what I want to ask the Honorable Minister is whether there was proper consultation, because right now, with this document today, if I should rectify it, and as a representative of my people, it's not about me as an honorable member, but it's about the people who voted for me. Sometimes I might be standing here, but I have a full-time institution behind me that can advise me on certain issues. So on that note, I thank you very much.
Honorable members, I have said it very clearly. Honorable members may have excuses, but not the fact that you don't have these documents on time. These documents were circulated more than any of the documents we had dealt with. Honorable members, I will now call upon the Honorable Mover, Honorable Minister, to respond to the issues raised and to wind up the debate.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, members, for all the interesting issues that you've raised. I think I will start with the good news, because quite a number of contributors asked about what are we doing with our own Labor Act. The Gambia's Labor Act, currently the one that is in force, is 2007 legislation. It has been comprehensively reviewed and it has been approved by Cabinet and is currently with the printing department. It will be introduced into this House very soon. So we have comprehensively reviewed the Labor Act, and it is to be in conformity with the standard international labor rights. So that is already done, and it's on its way to the House. It's been gazetted already. So printing is just need to print the number of copies for the Assembly, and then we will contact the Office of the Clerk, and that bill will be before you very soon. Okay, and then going into the specifics. Honorable member for Brikama, I don't know whether it's South or not, Honorable Alaji, mentioned the backlog. We are very much aware of the backlog of ratification of legal international treaties, and we are working on catching up with those backlogs. I just wanted to make a slight clarification here for members to understand. What we are doing here is not part of your legislative function, it's part of your oversight function. Your legislative function is under Section 100 of the Constitution, where you have the legislative powers vested in you to pass bills. The international relationship is an executive prerogative vested in the President. However, the Constitution said in our engagement, the executive, in our engagements with international bodies, the National Assembly will have an oversight to observe what we are doing, whether we are doing it rightly. So you are not necessarily going to legislate this instrument. because it is not a domestic legislation. It is part of an international treaty for which the executive has participated. And we participate also in some of these complex negotiations as a bloc, as Africa bloc, or sometimes we participate as a sub-regional bloc. So we bargain. However, this particular legislation or piece of treaty we are looking at was, we have to say this, was negotiated and accepted by the First Republic, 1986. I think you have seen the date. So those of you who are asking whether you were consulted or not, whether appropriate consultation have taken place during that time, none of us can tell at this stage here. But it was the government of the First Republic in 1986 that participated on behalf of the Gambia in the negotiations of these amendments, and then they append Gambia's signature to these amendments. The delay why it took 36 years for Gambia to ratify, I don't know. I really don't know. Why the First Republic itself, that actually participated in the negotiation in 1986, did not bring it to the National Assembly then to have it ratified, I don't know. Why did the second government after that did not bring it, I don't know. But we are bringing it. There is a question that asked, are we trying to rush this, or is it, what is the level of ratification in terms of Gambia? I think it's Honorable Fowuli West. Out of 125, I think Gambia is one of the only two. I said it in my statement, in my opening statement. In Africa, the whole of Africa, Gambia is among the only two states that did not ratify. So we are not rushing anything. We are far behind. All other countries basically have ratified. So the other popular call of having to refer it to the committee or not to refer it to the committee, like I said, we do not know whether this was done at the time when this treaty was being amended. But in any event, even if you are performing your oversight function, nobody should deny the National Assembly enough time to scrutinize document. But like I said, this is the document that was not negotiated by this executive. It was negotiated by the executive in the First Republic. They got it signed, but they never got it ratified. So we are more or less completing the process. So the level of consultation that took place at that moment, we would not be able to know at this stage. But I agree entirely. Probably maybe some suggestions were on the floor that the committees, for example, in this case, the Committee on Trade, their relationship with the line ministry could be much closer to the extent National Assembly could be brought on board and their views can be taken on board so that when it comes for ratification, it will not be an entirely new document for you. Of course, nobody would say no to that. So there is, on the Labour Act, I have answered that we already have updated our Labour Act. Somebody's submission said we cannot make treaties in the absence of the National Assembly. I think I have clarified that. That is purely the executive prerogative. In some instances, we need to come here, of course, because we cannot sign anything as an executive that will, for example, compromise the sovereignty of the Gambia. All right, in that case. So that is why it says whatever we are doing, it has to come here so that you check whether what we have signed, is in line and is in order. So it's more of an oversight function. Now, ILO, the document we are asking you to ratify is the constitutive document of the ILO. This is the document by which ILO itself as an organization is governed. So it's not like other treaties. This is the organization itself, the way it is governed. So for those who are saying this is just only in the interest of those of us who go to attend these negotiations and so on, no. The benefits of this is we are trying to make ILO as an institution a much more, the governance of it to be much more friendly to us, the developing countries. So there are issues you had in my opening statement. There are issues that the Africa as a continent we are not happy about. And they lobbied and lobbied and lobbied. And that is why we see now the composition of the governing structure changing and the number increasing. And the reason for that is to create more room for workers to be represented, employers to be represented, and the states to be represented. Typically, UN entities are state membership based. ILO is one of those that allows employers and workers to be part of the governance of its affairs. So those who are also asking us to, as a small country, we have a small economy, is there any guarantee that we will have a seat in the government? These things are by election. Of course, a quota is given to the Africa region. So within the Africa region, our diplomats will have to do a lot of lobbying at that level. But ultimately, whether you sit on the governance board or not is by election at the General Assembly, where everybody is there. Of course, Africa's delegates will be there, Europe's delegates will be there, American delegates will be there, all the continents or the regions will be represented. But whether we can guarantee Gambia can get a seat, it depends on so many factors. Because the number of seats that will be given to the Africa region is not enough for the entire African state. So within Africa, Africa itself have to prioritize, and then it all depends on other factors. And then when they go to the assembly, they will vote according to the mutually agreed procedures. This is also not the entire ILO constitution. Some questions came from, I think, Latrikunda, and so. These are just articles that were proposed to be amended. So it's not the entire ILO constitution. The entire ILO constitution will be available on their website. But this is just the articles that will be affected. So those are the ones that have been taken out. And we presented them in the form of a column to show you what was the original article and what is proposed to be changed. If it changes, how would it look like? So those are the only articles that have been highlighted. So the full constitution of the ILO is not what we brought to you. Now, I mentioned no cost, and questions came in that direction asking, how about are we contributing? How much are we contributing? Do we owe areas? Members want to be updated on that. Yes, as a membership organization, we contribute membership subscription annual. As of now, from the time we became member, we've been contributing 3,000 Swiss francs. This is roughly about $170,000 per annum. That's what Gambia contributes if you use the online conversion. It could be plus or minus. At the moment, we are almost up to date. We are only in areas for 2 years. So we are almost up to date. So that could be cleared, and then so that we don't lose our rights, voting rights, and other things at the ILO. So for those of you who want to know, yes, we contribute and we are paying 3,000 Swiss francs. Yes, so that is it. Whether Labor Department was consulted, I think this falls squarely within the broader question of whether there was consultation or not, and I said, but of course, Labor Department under the Ministry of Trade. So if the Ministry of Trade is tabling this, it is assumed that the Labor Department will be the drivers behind this. On standardization, I think again that is Honorable for Woolley West. Or Serekunda, one of you I think made mention of, are we ready for the standards vis-a-vis the 2005 Children's Act? Yes, there is a reporting obligation on the member states, and Gambia submits annual report to the ILO every year to report on how far they are marching towards meeting the standards set out in the ILO. Why the delay? I think I answered earlier. I don't know. I don't know why it took 36 years to bring this ratification. I really don't know. The member, one of the phonies, I did not record which phony particularly, but which referred to, I think partly you answered, you said there is a need for us to update our ancient Labor Act. Our Labor Act is not ancient, it's very recent, it's 2007. So you cannot call it ancient, it's 2007. The previous government passed the Labor Act, so, but we have already updated it. And the benefits of this ratification is to make the governance of ILO more friendly to us, the poorer and developing countries, and we stand to get direct benefits. ILO is now supporting projects in the Gambia, for those of you who are asking the direct benefit we are getting from there. So Ministry of Trade, probably if there is a parliamentary question sent to them, they can explain to you tangibly some of the direct benefits we are receiving from ILO. I would not be surprised that they even probably supported the revision of our Labor Act. So Labor Act came many times that the provisions are obsolete, but I think you are happy we have revised it. Trying to do justice to most of the questions. There was a direct question as to what is the stand of the Ministry of Trade as to closing the gender gaps and other related challenges. There is a special project for that at the Ministry of Trade, and they are working on that specifically. What dividends are there for the Gambia? I have said that. Was there any proper consultation? I believe so. So yes, so ILO, basically this is a document that will improve on its governance. And it is, and the workers that, of course, you are concerned about because you are representative of the people. ILO is one, I think the only UN agency where its structure is tripartite. And by that, the workers themselves are directly seated in the governance of ILO. That is why you see 28 of the seats in the governance body is given to workers. So I don't think we can cry louder than the bereaved. The workers themselves sit there at the board. All right? Employers sit at the board. And then the government, that is the member states, sit there. So they have given the direct opportunity to participate in the direct governance of ILO. So there's no doubt that the welfare of workers remains priority for the ILO. And this amendment will make ILO more responsive to our needs as developing countries. But of course, I will take back your popular call that these treaty negotiations need to take on board the concerns of the Assembly. And I believe our relationship, even though the mandate is vested on the executive to deal with external relations, but in doing so, government is a single entity. I'm a fan of believing that government is a single entity. So we could, as much as possible, involve you in our activities so that when we get to this level, it will be smoother. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I hope I have clarified most of the concerns, and I hope you will allow this one to go, and we will continue to build on our relationship for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question. Be it resolved that this Honorable Assembly do ratify the instrument for the amendment of the Constitution of the International Labour Organization 1986. Those in favor, please say aye. Not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, let me thank all honorable members for your contributions, and the Honorable Minister for ably clarifying our doubts. Honorable members, aware of the fact that the other paper documents for tomorrow are yet to be given to honorable members. Noting the fact that, as I said, honorable members must have time to read documents for them to effectively scrutinize them. I want it to be resolved. Question. That this August Assembly do stand adjourned
until Thursday, 15th September 2022. Those in favor, please say aye. Not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. This assembly, therefore, now stand adjourned until Thursday, 15th September 2022 at 10 a.m. prompt. Thank you.